Okay, right. Right now, in this A1 item cost is 0. We will enter invoice for this item. Go to customers, transactions, customer tax invoices. Click add a tax invoice. Select a customer. Select that item. We will change this to first option and save. Now refresh again. Right. Select the customer. Select the item. Right. System will display warning message that quantities fall below 0. Enter price. Okay, it will display the cost of this item is 0. For accurate cost of sales reporting, ensure that the cost of the item is correct. Okay, because this item, we will go to list of items. See, this item cost is 0. Therefore, system will think this is a user error. Therefore, it will display warning message. Okay, warn when item cost is 0. Okay, next one, warn when item selling price below cost. We'll enter another transaction. Okay, now this item average cost is 8,700. You will enter 5,000 as selling price. Okay, now you will get a warning message. The selling price of this item is below the cost price. Okay. You can enter selling price here, and this item cost is 8,708, and if you enter 5,000 as selling price, system will pop up a message. These items the selling price of this item is below the cost. Now, no, in practical situation, when we are selling goods, that selling price should be above the cost price. Okay, selling price should be above the cost price. If the selling price is below the cost, we cannot generate profit. Therefore, system will display warning message. You are selling this item below the cost price. Okay, then there will be a control. You are not selling below the cost price. Right. Next option, display inactive items for selection on document lines. We will take this option and save. Okay, display inactive items for selection on document lines. Now, when you are creating your items, there is a active button or active tick box. If you tick this option, this item is active. If you untick this option, this item will inactivated. Now, in practical situation, sometimes uh, after you selling particular item, later you will identify this item will not make profit and you will discontinue that item. Okay, and if you want to discontinue that item, you can inactivate that item by unticking this tick box. Okay, after that you can save. Right, this setting says display inactive items for selection on document lines. Now if you untick this option, system will not display inactive items. Go to previous company. Display inactive items for selection on document lines. If you untick this option, system will not display inactive items. We'll go to items list, go to items, list of items. From here, you can check whether these items are active or inactive. If it is ticked, it's an active item. Sorry, if unticked, it's an inactivated item. Now in this item, it is inactivated. Right now, you will go to transaction, go to customer in customers transactions. You will enter customer quotation. click add code, select a customer. Now this item is 2BR. Right, you cannot view that item, okay, because we have said that inactivated items don't display inactive items for selection on document lines. Okay, we will go to list of items. Right, this item inactivated, so we have set don't display. Now if you tick this, it will display. If you untick, it will not display inactive items for selection on document line. Document line is this is a document line. If you untick that option, system will not display inactive items. Now we have ticked this option. Go to item settings, display inactive items for selection on document lines. Now go to settings, item settings, display inactive items for selection on document line. We have ticked this option. Transaction, customer codes, add code. Now you can see that item available. That 2BR item we have inactivated, but we have ticked this display inactive items for selection on document line. Therefore, it will display now. Right? These settings you can use for as a controls. Okay, now sometimes you will discontinue items, but your users by mistakenly select that items and they will process the transaction. So if you want to block that selling that inactivated items, you can use this option. Okay, right. Next option is display inactive items for selection on reports. You will take this option and save. Now this setting says display inactive items for selection on reports. Now if you are generating reports, if you want to view that items, you can generate these reports, item reports. Now if you take sales by item, now here you can see that 2BR item available. If you want to view, you can tick this option, and if you want to block that inactivated items for on reports, you can untick this option. If you tick, it will display. If you untick, it will not display. Right. Next option, sales orders reserve item quantities. Now in this system, you can enter customer sales orders. Okay. By clicking add sales order, you can enter customer sales order. Now this setting says if you enter customer sales order, it will reserve for that customer. Okay, if you enter any sales order for particular customer, those quantities will reserve for that customer. If you tick when you are entering sales orders, it will reserve for your customers, and if you untick this option, system will not reserve quantities for that sales orders. Now we'll go for transaction. Now you can see there are two columns, reserved quantity and quantity on hand. Now here you can see 9 quantities in under that reserved quantity. That means we have ticked this option. Therefore, system has reserved those quantities, that sales orders quantities, for that customer. Okay. If you want to reserve item quantities, you can tick this option. Right. Next option is display inactive item bundles for selection on. Here, from items, you can create items, bundle items, and item categories. Now, from here, list of items, you can create items, and from list of bundle items, you can create bundle items. Now, bundle item is a collection of goods. Now, for an example, if you are selling computers, that computer has monitors, keyboard, mouse, speakers, like that. There are some components. Now, if you are selling computers, or if you create a one item for computer, when you are selling that other components such as keyboard, mouse, it will not deduct from the system. So now if you want to combine all that products, all components of that products, you can create a bundle item. Now if you create a bundle item, when you are selling that item, you will enter customer quotation. Change this type to bundle and select bundle item. We will select computer. See, when you select that computer, other components also display in the screen. Okay, we will hit another one, select bundle from type and select computer. You can see system will populate other components of that computer. Okay, so you can create that bundle items from list of bundle items. And click add an item. You can enter bundle item code, and you can enter bundle item description, and from here you can select items. Like that, you can link that item components to this bundle item. We will say computer. Right. Now this setting says display inactive items for selection on document lines. Item bundles for selection on document line. Now you have bundle items here, and if you inactivate this bundle item, if you want to display, you can take this option, and if you want to block that item, you can inactive this item. We'll open right. We will inactivate this item, V001 item, by unticking this active button, active tick box, and save. Now we will go to transaction, go to customer quotations, click add quote, change item type to bundle, and from here you can see that B001 item not available. We'll check it again, go to list of bundle items, and here now see B001 item inactivated, and from settings we have set do not display inactive bundle items. Therefore, when you are processing transactions, that inactivated bundle items will not display. If you want to display, you can tick this option. Right. Now, you can practice these item settings. Okay, you already have created some items. You can ticking these options and unticking these options. You can check that your settings has accurately display in your system. Okay, warning message and other messages will display on properly. Okay, now you can practice these item settings. Okay, right. Next, we will move to this use perpetual inventory system. In your system, sometimes this will not display. If it is not display, you can activate this option. You can go to administration, go to my profile, click upgrade. From here, you can activate your add-on modules. There are four add-on modules: time tracking, multi-currency, advanced inventory, and debtors manager. So you can enter one for all add-on modules and click next and finish. Okay, click next, then those add-on modules will activate. Okay, I'll repeat it again. There are few add-on modules, actually 4 add-on modules available. You can enable those add-on modules from administration, my profile, click upgrade. You can enter one for add-on modules. From here, under choose your module options, you can view your add-on modules. Enter one for all add-on modules and click next. And click next and finish. Then your add-on modules will activate. Okay, after you activate this add-on module, you can tick this option, use perpetual inventory system. And if you cannot activate, please send a message in chat box, or you can ask how to activate. After you change these settings, please save. If you not save, it will not change. Right. Next, we will move to price list. Now, in practical situations, some companies will sell some items, different customers at different prices. Okay, same item will sell different prices for different customers. Sometimes uh, if your customers purchase wholesale in bulk quantities, you will, or your company will, give a higher discount for those customers. And if your customers is paying properly, you will give a good discount rate for those customers. So if you are selling your prices or your items for your customers at different prices, you can create price list. Okay, you can create price list here, and you can link that price list to your customer. When you are creating customers, you can link that price list. Under default settings, default price list, you can select the customer price list. Then when you are selling items for that customer, system will display the relevant prices for that customer. For an example, now you are selling item A, you are selling customer 1 and customer 2. You have two price list, and you are selling customer 1 at 150 and customer 2 175. So you can create two price list and you can link that price list when you are creating your customer. Then system will display the correct or relevant prices for relevant customer. So you don't want to manually check and enter the prices. You can create price list, then system will display the correct prices for that customer. Right. You can create price list from here by clicking this plus mark. You can add price list. After you add price list, you can rename this price list name. Like that. Now if you are selling, or if you have different price list names, retail, wholesale, distributor, like that, you may have price list, or company wise also you may have price list. If you have different price lists, you can create from here. Okay, you can, by clicking this plus mark, you can add price list and you can rename your price list. And if you want to remove any price list, by clicking this red color delete line, you can remove price list. You can add price list by clicking plus mark, and you can remove price list by clicking this red color button. After that, you can save. Right. Next, we will move to time tracking settings. Now, in this time tracking settings, also add-on module. If it is not available, you can activate from this administration my profile. Same way, previously you have activated advanced inventory module. Same way, you can activate by enter one here. You can activate. Right. Now, if you have enabled time tracking module, you can enter your time for that your customers. Now, for an example, assume you have started a consulting company. Okay, you are providing consultancy services for your clients, and you have a few staff. Assume you are providing accounting consultancy services, and you have different customers, and you have staff. Assume you are providing accounting services, and you will send your accountant to your client, and you will send accounts executive to your clients, and like that you will send your staff to your client. And from this time tracking module, you can maintain your timesheet of your staff. Okay, you can select this timesheet, and you can enter your consulting hours or your accountant, your accounts executive time hours. You can enter from this timesheet. After you enter timesheet, end of the month, you can invoice those time to your client. Okay, you can enter timesheet from here, time tracking module, and end of the month or end of the week, or that's depend your company policy, you can invoice that time to your client. Okay, we will enter a few transaction or a few times here. You can select the, now for an example, if you are providing accounting services for Unilever. Unilever has 2 branches, Colombo and Goa, right? And from here you can select you are sending accountant to Unilever Colombo branch, and you will enter time. Now Monday, that accountant will work 2 hours, Tuesday 2 hours, like that. You can enter your staff time. You select assistant accountant here, 5 hours. Right. Now you can save this time. After that, you can go to your customers transaction, customer tax invoices, add a tax invoice, select your customer. Now we have entered time for Unilever. Now after you select that customer, and if you have activated this time tracking module and time available for that customer, this button will activate. Add time entries button will activate. Now we will select different customer. Now this customer doesn't have time entries, therefore this is inactivated. We'll again select Unilever. Right. Now it will activate it. After that, you can select this invoice time. Then system will display what are the times or your staff worked for that company. And you can click create invoice lines. Then your time will display in this invoice screen, and you can set that rate. Now we have set 7,500 for accountant and 5,000 for assistant accountant. Like that, we can set rates and we can invoice that time to your client. Okay, like this, we can convert that time to invoice. So that's the time tracking module. Now in these settings, it says display inactive projects for selection on document line. So we can create a project. Project is a branch or department. Now dialog has 4 branches. So project is a that branch. So you can, if you are not later, if you are not providing or if you are discontinuing services for that branch, you can inactive that project by unticking this project active tick box. So this setting says display inactive projects for selection on document lines. So if you inactivated any project and if you untick this option, when you are entering your time, that projects or inactivated projects will not display. If you tick, it will display, and if you untick this, those inactivated projects will not display. Right. Next, timesheet lockdown date. Now, if you tick set a lockdown date, and if you enter date for lockdown date prior to this period, you cannot enter timesheet. Okay, now here lockdown date is 30th June 2021. If you set in lockdown date, you cannot enter timesheet prior to that period. Okay, you can set a lockdown date and you cannot enter timesheet prior to this period. So sometimes by mistake your system users may enter transactions prior to previous years, so you can block by activating this lockdown date. Okay, you can enable this lockdown date by ticking this set a lockdown date, and you can enter date. So prior to this period, your users cannot enter timesheet. Right? We have set a lockdown date when we are discussing financial years. From here also you can set a lockdown date. If you set a lockdown date under financial years, you cannot enter any transaction prior to this period. And under time tracking settings, if you set a lockdown date, prior to this period, you cannot enter timesheets. Right. After you change settings for time tracking, you can save. Okay. I'll go for one more example. Now for an example, you may have a security company. Okay. In that security company, we will provide that security officers, JSO, OIC, security officers, LSO, like that. You may have security officers, and you may have clients. Now for an example, you are providing security services for Sampath Bank, and you are providing for Colombo 1, Colombo 3, Colombo 4, and Matra branch for security services. And if you are providing security services, you can select that branch, Sampath Bank, Colombo 1, and you can select that who are the staff you are providing and number of hours. Then you can enter this timesheet. And you can invoice this time to your client. Right. Next, outstanding balances. Now you can generate outstanding report from this system. Go to customers, reports, customer balance, days outstanding. Right, system will display this customer outstanding report. Now in this setting says, deselect this option if you want to aging to work on the actual number of days. Now you can tick this monthly, or you can untick this monthly tick box. If you tick this option, now when you are calculating this outstanding invoice number of days, it will calculate from the end of the month. Now for an example, you will invoice for your customer on 1st of January 2021. So if you tick this monthly tick box, system will calculate from your outstanding from 1st of or 31st. Your system will calculate from 1st of February 2021, because you have ticked monthly. Now if you untick this option, system will calculate the actual number of days. If you tick monthly, system will calculate your outstanding end of the month. Okay, your aging will start from end of the month, and if you untick this option, it will calculate from actual number of days. Right, next option, the aging option can be determined based on either on the invoice date or the due date. Now when you are creating your customers, you can enter customer credit period. We go to customers, add a customer. Now here, due date for payment, you can enter how many number of days you are giving for credit. Okay, assume you are giving 30 days credit period. Now in this setting says run aging based on invoice date or due date. Right, if you select invoice date, system will calculate actual number of days from your invoice, and if you select due date, system will calculate your outstanding after considering that credit period. Now for an example, if you invoice on 1st of January 2021 and that customer has 30 days credit period. Okay, you will invoice on 1st of January 2021, that customer has 30 days credit period. And if you select due date, when you are generating this customer balances days report, system will calculate that 1st of January, then 30 days, that is 30th January. From that, it will calculate the number of days. If you select invoice days, it will calculate actual days. If you select due date, it will calculate considering that your credit period, your customer credit period. If you are giving credit, you may give 15 days, 30 days, 45 days. And if you select this due date, run aging based on due date, system will calculate age analysis, your invoice days plus your credit period. Now, for an example, if you are giving credit period for 45 days, and if you invoice on 1st of January 2021, and your credit period is 45 days, then system will calculate each analysis from 14th February. Okay, you have 45 days credit period, therefore system will calculate credit period from or age analysis from 15th February. Right. Next option, personal information. Now you can keep your customer supplier data in the system, and due to Data Protection Act, you need to submit how many years, how many number of years you will keep those records, and you need to mention reason why you are keeping this record. Okay, actually this is due to Data Protection Act. Your customers or suppliers data you can save from here, and you can enter how many years you are keeping those records. Okay, there's no any effect for your data. This is due to Data Protection Act, so you can enter how many years you are keeping your customer and supplier records. So any reason you can enter here for audit or statutory requirement, any reason. Without reason you cannot save this. So therefore you can select retention period and you can enter reason and save. Right. Now we have completed general settings. Next we will move to tax settings. Before go to tax settings, we'll go for break. We will take 15-minute break. We will start by 2:35. Okay, if you have any questions, please ask, or you can send via chat box. Okay, now we will move to tax settings. Now from here you can create tax rate in your system. Okay, there are a few options. First one, invoice based. Second one, invoice based GST, and last one, no tax. In practical situation, your company may register for VAT, or you are not registered for taxes. If you are registered for tax, you can select invoice based GST, or second option. If you haven't registered for tax, you can select the no tax. And if you are registered for tax, and if you select second option, invoice based GST, when you are processing transactions, those taxes will available. Uh, the tax rate will display when you are creating master files such as customer, supplier, inventory, and when you are processing transactions, customer invoices, customer quotations, uh, purchase orders, those taxes will display. Right. We'll go to tax settings. Right. If you are a tax registered company, you can select the second option, invoice-based GST. And if you select invoice-based GST, you can create tax rate. By default, system has several tax rate, and if you want to add tax rate, by clicking this plus mark, you can add tax rate. After that, you can enter the tax name, and under tax percentage, you can enter the tax rate. Now there are another column, default tax. Now if you are mostly used any tax rate, you can tick that tax rate as a default tax rate. And if you set any default tax rate, when you are processing transactions, that tax rate will display by default. Then you can enter your company tax number, and you can enter last tax period end date, and you can select last tax submission date. Now when you are implementing the system, assume you are starting from 1st of April 2021, then your last tax in period should be 31st March 2021. And there are some frequencies that tax submission dates, monthly, quarterly, or it's based on your company. And if you are providing, or if you are submitting tax reports monthly, you can select that last tax submission date. And from here you can select tax submission period or tax period frequently. If you are providing if your tax period is monthly, or if you are submitting reports monthly, you can enter 1, and if you are submitting quarterly, you can enter 3 here. After you enter that tax rate, you can save. Okay, and if you want to remove any tax rate, by clicking this red color delete line, you can delete. And if you want to add any tax rate, you can add by clicking this green color plus mark. And if you set any tax rate as a default tax rate, when you are processing transactions, so when you are creating master file, you are creating customer, you can set that tax type. And also when you are processing transactions, you can set tax rates. Okay, after you select the customer, that relevant tax rate will apply. And also if you are processing transaction with taxes, you can generate your tax reports. You can go to reports, tax, and you can generate your tax report. From this tax report, you can generate your tax input, tax output, and net payable. You can view your sales tax and purchases tax and net tax payable or tax refundable. You can view transaction wise tax report. right? Now you can create a tax rate from here and enter tax details. You can enter any dummy data here and save your tax details. Okay, next we will move to document and statements. From document and statements, you can enter document numbers, such as for an example, for invoices, quotations, purchase orders, you can enter numbers that when you are processing transactions, system will generate a number. You can set that numbers from these document and statements. These document numbers you can set from document and statements. Then you can set messages, default messages for customer document and supplier documents, and you can design your layouts, customer invoice format, then quotation format, purchase order format from this customer layout designer. Right. First, we will go to statement messages. Now, from this Sage Business Cloud accounting software, you can generate customer and supplier statements. We'll open one statement, go to customer, report, customer statement. We'll generate one report. Right. When you are generating this customer statement, you can view that age analysis in this customer statement. You can view current 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, 120 plus days. Now, in these settings, first setting statement messages, you can set a message based on the customer's outstanding age analysis. Now, here we can set now here first last one in 120 plus days, we can set please settle immediately. Now this customer has balances more than 120 plus days, therefore we can set a statement message please set immediately. Now we have given 120 plus days message. When you are generating this report, this customer also has more than 120 plus days, therefore system will display please settle immediately. We will open another report, another customer report. Okay, then now that A01, you will take A01 customer. We'll enter new transaction for A01 and we'll check. Right now, in this customer, outstanding has current period that they have overpayment to 2000, but current period outstanding is 50,000. Therefore, it will display as current in this age analysis or customer statement. Like that, based on their age analysis, you can set a message. Now, for an example, if your customer has 30 days credit outstanding, you can set please settle within due date. Like that, you can set messages. Then based on that customer outstanding number of days, system will display the relevant message in customer statement. Right. Next, document numbers. Now in this system you can enter transactions for quotations, sales orders, customer invoice, credit note, mainly customer and supplier transactions you can do. So you can set numbers from here. Okay, document and statement, document numbers. From here you can set document numbers. System will display the current document number, and under new document number you can set the new number. Now, for an example, if you are implementing the system for all company, currently you are using manual system and you are going to implement this system. So, in manual system, you have used your invoice number or quotation number as Q00 100 or Q100, assume Q100. So, when you are implementing the system, you can set this number to Q 101 or Q0101. Okay, previous system, your last number is Q100. From here, you can set the new document number as Q101. Like that, for other documents also, you can set these numbers, and when you are processing transactions, that number will display in document number. So these document numbers generated from the system. First time when you are doing the transaction, you need to set the number. So after first transaction or from the second transaction, system will generate the system numbers from the system. Okay, now first transaction, if you are doing this quotation 101, so when you are entering second transaction, it will display 102, like that. System will increase that serial number. Okay, you can enter or you can set document numbers from here, and you can use any letters or numbers as your document number. But when you are deciding any number, please give us little simple or realistic number. Now for an example, if your company has several thousands of transactions, you can increase the number of digits of that document number. Now for an example, uh, for one year, you will enter uh, transaction, assume 100,000, then you can use 7 digits for this transaction or document number. Now if you are not entering much transaction, assume per year you will use only 100 transaction, then you can use 4-digit document number. Actually it's based on your company transactions. You can decide this number, and you can combine letters and numbers for your document numbers. Now for an example, if you are invoicing, you can use INV, and next you can enter numbers. Then you can identify this is a invoice number from the document number. Then if you are entering purchase order number, you can set your purchase order number from PO and set the number. Like that you can set document numbers from here. Next, document description. Now you can print your documents from here: quotations, sales orders, uh, customer invoices. Those documents you can print from here. Right. Now this document description is when you are printing that transaction. For an example, quotation, it will display this name, and when you are printing second time, it will display this copy name. Okay, when you are entering first time, it will display this name. When you are printing first time, it will display this original name, and when you are printing more than one time, it will display the copy name. Right, we will enter one transaction. We will enter credit note. Right, go to customers, transactions, customer credit notes. Click add credit note. Select the customer, and you can enter any credit note here. Right, we can print. it will display this credit note as original name, and you can print from here by clicking the print. Okay, when you are printing, again you can go to that transaction list, go to credit notes and click actions, and you can print, or you can preview this. Then it will display that copy credit note. Like that, if you are printing more than one time, from second time onwards, it will display the copy name. Same way, you can print that supplier invoices, customer invoices. For that, you can set original name and copy name. Now, especially when you are, if you are a tax registered company, you cannot issue tax invoice two times, original tax invoice two times. Therefore, if you are providing tax invoice second time, you need to mention copy. So for those controls, you can use this document description, and if you are printing more than one time, it will display copy before the document name. Right. Next, customer document messages. From here, you can set customer document messages. Now, customer document messages, you can enter transactions from here. When you are entering transactions, there's a message box. This is message box. So you can default this message box. From here, you can set from here that default document messages you can set from here. You can set for quotations, sales orders, customer invoices, credit note, receipt, customer bad debt relief, customer bad debt recovered. For those documents, you can set messages from here. Now, if you set for quotation, validity period is 30 days. When you are enter any quotation, it will display as a default message. Right. Next, supply document messages. Like customer documents, you can enter default messages for your supplier transaction. For purchase orders, supplier invoices, supplier return, payments, you can set default messages. Now for an example, when you are sending purchase orders, if you want to buy goods from your suppliers and you will send a purchase order. So when you are entering purchase orders, you want to mention the delivery address. Now your office in a one location and you want to deliver to different location. So in that case, you can set a default message as to deliver to different location. So when you are creating that transaction, it will display this please deliver to, and you can mention the address here. Like that, if you want, you can set default messages. So these are not compulsory. If you want, you can set document number is a compulsory, and other document description, customer document messages and supply document messages are not compulsory. If you want, you can use these messages. And also you can set default messages from here, and also when you are processing the transaction also you can change this default message. Now if you want to deliver to different address, you can set that number here. And also when you are entering invoices, customer invoices, you can set your bank account details as default messages, then customer can directly deposit to your bank account. Okay, here you can set your bank details as default message, so customer can directly deposit to your bank account. Okay, next we will move to invoice and statement layouts. From here we can design these documents. Now we will open some documents. Okay, you can design your customer documents by adding your company logo. You can set company name, addresses, then item, that bank account details. Like that, you can design these documents yourself. So you can design quotations, sales orders, tax invoices, credit note, customer statement, delivery note. Those documents you can design from here, and you can download that custom layout designer. Okay, by clicking this clicking here button, select desktop add-ons and download, and by clicking this accounting custom layout designer for Windows, you can download your layout design. After that, you can click this download and install now. Then that layout designer will download to your computer. After you download, it will display here this icon, and by double click this icon, you can log into the system. You can enter your system login email address and password, and you can log into the system. Right, you can enter your username. And you can enter your password. Now from here, this screen, you can select what you are going to design. It's a quotation, sales order, tax invoice or credit note, or purchase order, supply invoices, or supplier return. Or you can design your delivery notes, supplier statement and customer statement. From here, you can select which layout you are going to design. And from here, you can select the layout, and by default you may have a few layouts, and you can select that layout and click design. Then this layout will open. You can view the layout name here, and default layout you cannot change, therefore you can rename this layout by clicking file and select save as. Okay, you can view the layout name from here, left bottom, and default layouts you cannot change. You can save save as a different name, and you can design that layout. Okay, you can rename from file and save as. We'll enter KIU as layout name. Right, now you can see that layout name has changed, and from here you can design your layout. Okay, you can resize this layout, then you can bold, then you can change your font size, font style from here. You can add company logo or any images. And from here you can add fields to your layout, and you can add labels. Not like in early days, designing is now very simple. If now from here you can add images, then fields and labels. Now from label you can click, drag and drop here, and if you want to enter any name you can type here. Okay, labels you can type, and fields, from fields that field will fill from the system. Now for an example, if you want to add a customer name for this invoice layout, you can select this customer and select name, and you can drag and drop here. Okay, select this field and go to customer and select customer name, drag and drop here. Like that, these columns you can, or these fields you can add to your invoice layout. These layouts already has some information. You can preview from your system. And you can change from here. Okay, now after you select any field, you can view at appearance of that uh, field. Now you can view that colors, then fonts, sizes, positioning, those details you can view from this appearance. And for an example, if you want to change these font sizes or font style, by clicking this font, you can click right side, and so you can select font style and sizes and save. Okay. After you change, you can save this layout. Like that, you can create layouts, and after you create layouts, you can select that layouts when you are processing transactions. Here you can see KIU layout has display here. You can print and preview this layout. And also you can change these positions. You can drag and drop and like this, or if you want to resize, you can resize. Like this, you can change your layouts. Right, first you can install that layout designer. Go to company settings, document and statements, invoice and layout designer, or invoice and statement layouts, and by clicking this clicking here button, you can download your layout designer. After that, from here you can select desktop add-ons and download, and click this accounting custom layout designer for Windows. Right, now you can download your layout designer. Okay, you can design your layouts, these layouts from custom layout design. Right, next we will move to branding. Now from branding, you can attach your company logo to system. Okay, you can set from here, attach from here, and when you are printing your documents, that your company logo will display. You can set your position of that company logo from here, top left or top right, and you can preview from here. By clicking this preview button, you can preview. And you can attach your company logo by clicking this browse button, and you can select the location and you can save that company logo file. Okay. Clicking browse button, you can select the location or select that file, and you can attach to this system. After that, you can position your company logo. If you select none, it will not display, and if you select top left, it will display on top left, and if you select top right, it will select right side. And there are two options, logo on invoice and statement emails, and if you tick this option, logo will display on your invoices and statement emails. You can send email from the system. Okay, you can email your documents from here, and if you tick this tick box, when you are sending emails also, your company logo will display. And second one, logo on customer zone, if you tick this option, your company logo will display on your customer zone. Okay, customer zone, first session we have explained. You can email your documents, and with that email there will be a link. By clicking that link, your customers can view their invoices, quotations, sales orders, and account history. You can set or you can enable your customers on from here. Go to company details, customers on. By ticking here, you can enable your customers on. Right. Next, user defined fields. Now from here, first one, customer. You can create customers by clicking this add customer, and you can enter customer details, your customer postal address, contact details, delivery address, those details you can add. But if you want to add more than this information, you can use this customer user defined fields. From user defined fields also you can add text values, numeric values, date values, and yes no values. Okay, now here you can enter customer details, and if you want to add more details than this details, you can use this user defined fields, and from here also you can enter customer details. Now for an example, if you want to add customer NIC number, you can add from here by using this text value. Now in your system, it will display text value 1, text value 2, text value 3, and those labels you can rename from here. You can rename by clicking customer, and from text value you can enter the required name. Now for an example, I have used that first text value name to NIC. So if you want to change to NIC, you can enter required name here. Then if you want to add customer birthday, here you can rename that data user field 1 to customer birthday. Okay, then if you change here, it will display here. Okay, these labels you can change from here. Each customer has 12 user-defined fields, 3 text values, 3 numeric values, 3 yes no values, and 3 date values. So text values you can enter only text, and numeric values you can enter only numbers, and yes no values you can tick yes or no, and date values you can enter date values, such as if you have any agreement dates with customers, those agreement start date, end date you can enter from here. Like that, there are user defined fields for supplier, items, and assets. When you are creating supplier, you can create suppliers from suppliers, add a supplier. From here, user defined fields, you can enter that additional details. And also you can rename these labels from here. You can select supplier and you can change these names. If you enter any name here, then it will change that label name, change to that name. Same way you can enter user defined field values for items, and go to items, add an item, select user defined fields, and from here you can enter that user defined fields values. You can change that user defined field value names from here. And assets also you can add user defined field values. You can add an asset from company assets, add an asset. And from this user defined fields you can enter your values. Now for an example, when you are creating an asset, if you are creating a motor vehicle, you can enter date values as uh, insurance renewal date, vehicle revenue license renewal date, vehicle emission test date. Those details you can enter as date values. Furthermore, for document and statements also, you can add these user defined fields. You can add 6 user defined fields for quotation, customer quotation, customer sales order, supplier purchase order, supplier invoice, customer tax invoice, supplier return, customer credit note, and bank transaction and journals. Okay, when you are entering customer quotations, you can go to customers, transactions, customer quotes. Click add quote. By clicking these options and click show user defined fields, you can enter that user defined field values. Now for an example, if you want to add quotation validity period, from here you can select like that. If you want to add any additional details, you can use this user defined fields. It's not a compulsory. If you want, you can use this user defined fields. Right, next email signature. Now from this system, when you are emailing, when you are processing transaction such as customer quotations, purchase orders, those documents you can directly email. Okay, customer quotations and customer invoices you can email to your customers, and purchase orders you can email to your suppliers. So when you are emailing those documents, you can set that email message body from here. Now you can email by clicking this action, email. Now this email design or email body design, you can do from here. Okay, from email signatures. Click email signature and click add signature. You can enter name for this email signature, and from here a type drop down menu, you can select which document signature you are creating. You can create quotation signature, email signature, or tax invoice, credit note, recurring invoice, customer statement run, sales order. For these documents, you can select which document you are going to set the email message body. Okay? And after that, you can select, you can enter subject and email body. Now there's a insert placeholder. From placeholder, you can design or you can get values from the system. Now for an example here, subject is code and quotation number available here. Now when you are designing here, you can enter that code number. Manually you can type, and quotation number you can set from this placeholder. Now its quotation number is document number or invoice number. Sorry, we are designing tax invoice, therefore this should be invoice number. And from here you can set invoice number. Then when you are sending any invoice, that particular invoice number will get from the system. Then you can design the email body. You can select dear, and when you are creating customers, you can enter customer contact person name. Here you can enter customer contact name. So you can set contact name from here. Then when you are sending emails, that customer contact name or customer contact name will display in the email. Like that you can design your email. Now from here also you can view. Now system also has already designed email signatures. You can view from here. See, credit note, then credit note number, dear contact name, then credit note number, credit note total, username, company name. Those placeholders you can set from here. Right. Next, multi-currency. Now from here, you can add multi-currencies to your system. First, you need to enable your multi-currency. Multi-currency is a add-on module. You can go to administration, my profile, and click upgrade. Enter one in multi-currency and click next and next. Then your multi-currency will activate. After that, you can enter multi-currencies. First, you need to set home currency. Okay, go to multi-currency, then tick enable multi-currency and select your home currency. Now if you are in Sri Lanka, you can select Sri Lanka as home currency, or if you are implementing the system for different company, you can select that relevant currency. Okay, if you are designing for, or if you are implementing the system for US company, you can select United States dollar as your home currency. Okay, after you set your home currency, you cannot change the home currency. Therefore, when you are setting your home currency, please check carefully and save that home currency. Okay, after you set your home currency, you can save. Okay, now we have enabled our multi-currency and we have set home currency. Now you can enter other currencies by clicking this add currency. You can select the currency name and click add. Then that currency will add to your system, and you can view that currency code, one currency for that currency, how many rupees you are getting, and for 1 rupee how many that currency you are getting, and currency symbol and comment you can view from here. Okay, and if you want to remove any currency, by clicking this red color button, you can delete that line. And if you want to add any currency, by clicking this add currency, you can add currencies. And currency exchange rate will display, this exchange rate for this will display here. After you enter currency, you can save. Okay, like that you can add currencies. And after you add currencies, you can when you are creating any foreign customer or foreign supplier, you can add that currency to your customer. Okay, now from here you can select your customer's currency. If you are creating supplier, you can add supplier currency. After you create customer or supplier currency, when you are entering any transaction, that customer's currency will display. Now, if you are entering any tax invoice, you will select foreign customer. Now, system will display values in that customer's currency. Yeah, that exchange rate also display customer balance, customer credit limit. Then this invoice line values will display in customer's currency. Right, like that you can create multi-currency. Okay, we will this accounting lecture will wind up for today, and we will share Qt for you. From that you can create some master files, and you can implement some transaction in the system. I'll share you with this in this chat box. Okay. Okay, you like can practice that tune, and if you have any questions, please message, or next sessions you can ask. So please practice this, and if you have any questions, please ask in next session. Okay, thank you very much. Stay safe.